Hi. What's going, gang? How's it going? Hi, gang. All right, sorry. Hi, Call Me Mental. Hi, King. Hi, Gore. Sorry that everything is so late. My cat broke my fucking monitor. Not even my cat. A cat broke my fucking monitor. So we had to go get a new one. But it's nice. It's affecting my model a little bit, though. And I'm not sure how I feel about it. My model moves weirdly now. It weirds me out. So I don't know. I don't know what's happening here. I just fucking it's weirding me out. I don't know. My model feels like it's moving too smoothly now. It's not my phone placement. Like when I blink, for whatever reason, my eyeballs jump to the top. I don't know if y'all can even see that here. Hold on. When I blink, you see that? My irises like jump. It feels glitchy and weird. I don't... Everything's like twitchy a little bit. I don't know. My model just feels... I don't know. So what we're gonna do is... I don't know. It's just... It feels weird. It's my refresh rate? Oh, God. Oh, my God. Well, stream was supposed to be earlier. For sure. But... everything just feels strange. Okay. I think that fixed it. Oh. Oh yeah, that's so much nicer. It's the V-Sync. Okay, I fixed it. Finn! Phoenix, thank you so much for the follow. Is it Phoenix? Welcome to the dog pound. Either way, I hope you're having a great day. All right. Yeah, that fixed it. Okay, we're good. Okay, so I didn't touch the monitor, by the way, Gore. I just fixed it in Live 2D. So I'm on VSync, is what I'm doing. And when I have VSync set just to full, it's like, but when I tune it to the VSync half refresh rate, this is much nicer. Okay. Oh, this feels so much nicer. Okay. Yeah. This is good. This is good. Oh, hi. Sorry. I'm back. What the fuck? Where'd I go? Where did I go? The fuck happened? Where am I? Bring me back. Where did I go? What the fuck? What just happened? Hold on. 1 second, please. For whatever reason, me getting... I accidentally made it small, and it got rid of spout, which is what I'm using to track my model. Alright, we're back. Some fucking bullshit is what this is. Alright, we're back. Fucking stupid is what that was. There we go. That's ridiculous. I no-clipped into the back rooms! It felt like it. Alright, this feels so much nicer. Let me open my drink real quick. Oh! Alright. I might have to... So... The problem is... my cat broke my monitor. So I got a new main monitor and made my original main monitor my second monitor. So I might have to adjust Elden Ring settings to match this new monitor real quick. What's VSync? It's a VTuber thing. I'll explain it to you later. It's essentially what syncs my model from my phone. I'm giving up on Elden Ring. That's so valid, though. I can't even blame you. Okay. You're too slow. Alright. Let me boot up Elden Ring real quick and see what I need to do. Hi, Morrison. How are you? I just need to see if there's anything that I need to change in Elden Ring to match my new monitor. I don't think there should be. Oh, we're gonna go a little laggy while I get the game booted up. I'm so sorry. I'm getting back into Stardew. Ooh, I love Stardew. I haven't played Stardew in like 2 weeks now. Okay, I think Elden Ring. Why is my model going slow as fuck now? I know why it is. It's Spotify. Why am I all the way up here? What the fuck? Oh my god, this is fucking chaos! Taking my jacket off. No, I agree though. I think Gore's right. I think Stardew and Elden Ring are for the girlies, for sure. See, why am I going slow now? What the fuck's happening? Do I need to up my VSync? But I hate the way it looks up. Oh. This is so stupid. Split the difference? Gore, that is not something I can do. Nope, that didn't help. I'm just lagging now. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? Why is my model lagging? Gore, they are buttons. It is a VSync button and a VSync half button. That's it. Those are my only buttons. I don't have any adjustability on it. I'm just, my model's going slow. My movements on my model. My mouth is fine. But the movements on my model are going slow, and I don't know why. It's fine, I guess. It just means I'm gonna be moving in slow-mo for whatever fucking reason. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. Try lowering your refresh rate on the PC? I don't know how to. You never showed me how. You just told me I could. On the monitor. Adaptive sync, aim point, refresh rate. Ugh. Okay, Gore's coming to fix this for me. Because I don't know. We just got a new monitor and I don't know how it works. Yeah, you're gonna have to do this because I have no idea how any of this works. You need my mouse? What? Oh. You have to move. I can do it now. Thank you. Yeah. So it's not happening in VTube Studio. If I leave it on... Okay, now normal VSync acting fine. Okay, there we go. Nope, that's when I click Elden Ring. It's not the refresh rate, it's just when I click Elden Ring. There's something else going on here. There's something going on in the background that shouldn't be. I don't know what it is, though. What the fuck is going on in the background? That's causing this. Alright, that'll do, I guess, for now. I suppose that will do for now. It's not great. I don't really know what the fuck's happening. I'm just having nothing but technical difficulties today, and it kind of makes me want to be dead. So we're just gonna roll with what we got, and I'm just gonna be sad about it. Maybe it's OBS capture. No, it shouldn't be because it's only happening whenever I click onto Elden Ring. That has nothing to do with OBS. Oh well, it's fine. I'll make it work for now. We will make it work for now. So I heard a rumor that if you add that, your Mimic will use it. You just have to be very careful not to use it yourself. So I'm gonna attempt this on this guy, and we're gonna see what that does. But also, hi everybody, how are you? How is it going? Today my day has been nothing but fucking scuff. I'm honestly a little irritated about it. I come in here to stream at noon after eating lunch, and as soon as I get in here to fucking stream, my entire desk is demolished. I'm like, what the fuck? Apparently somebody this morning left the room to my office open because my dog sleeps in here. My dog sleeps in here, so I guess they came in here to get him or feed him or something. Shit. But yeah, no. I guess somebody came in here to, like, let my dog out or something this morning and left the door open. And so what that means is that, essentially that, my office got left open for the cats, which my cat comes back here and she'll sleep on my chair. No big deal, whatever. But, and my mother-in-law's cat comes in here and decides she wants to go absolutely fucking bonkers and demolishes everything. So Am I taking unnecessary hits? Yes. Okay. Really? Oh, you fucking thing. What the fuck? Fucking horse! Ah! Ah! Fucking horse! Hold on. When the horses goo. Yeah, honestly. $19.20 and $80. I'm gonna try something real quick. We're gonna go 19.20. Oops. And 80. See if that helps. Nope, it doesn't. I don't know what it is about this game today. Hold on. Let me see what's going on. Hold on. I'm trying to see what the fuck's going on. Like, what is using up? I have less tabs open than I normally do, too. And yet, still. It only happens when I click Elden Ring. I don't... I'm sorry, this is very frustrating for me. Alright, we're gonna try something else. I'm so frustrated. I feel like this has been nothing but just... I feel like this has been nothing but just like... I don't know. I feel like this has just been nothing but like bad luck after bad luck. And honestly, it's a little disheartening. Just a tad bit disheartening. Ugh. Alright, let's see. I appreciate the support, but also, like I said, today has just been technical error after technical error, and it's getting to me. In a way, I'm almost embarrassed to admit. I was like so looking forward to just playing Elden Ring today, having a good time. No biggie, no drama. And then my fucking monitor got broken, and now we have a new monitor, which is fine. And it's nice. We were wanting to upgrade anyways, but now my model's lagging because of it. And I don't know what's causing the model lag, and I'm just... This just brings me right back here. It's only 30 minutes in. I bet it's gonna calm down. It probably won't. I'm just like... Ugh. I'm so overwhelmed. I'm so flustered. I don't... I don't know. I don't know. It just all feels weird and wrong. I've lowered the refresh rate again on the monitor, so maybe that'll help. It doesn't really feel like it's helping, but it might help a little bit more than at least whatever it is I'm doing now. It's a lag that I don't think you guys would notice, but it's a lag that I'm noticing. I bet it's a software thing. Yeah, probably. Alright, I'll just up the refresh rate again, I guess. 120 is fine for now. Yeah, you see the difference? So when I'm not toggled into the game, I can move. It's great. The moment I click the game, it like slows down, and I don't know why. This is the grace I was fucking looking for. Jesus. Okay, so here is a thing that says, "Here I abandoned my love." So I have heard a rumor. If you go down from here, you can run in to someone that is the embodiment of Mikola's love. I hate this area. It's the worst, but I'll do it just to try this out. This bird's coming up here. That's why I'm not coming down here. That's a processing thing. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but either way, it's bumming me out. Okay, so I think there's a path. All right. So supposedly there's a path around here. Yeah. So I've gotta get over to where this guy is gonna shoot me from. So where Laser Guy is, there is a path. Well, actually, I don't think I need to at all. I think it's right here. Okay, bet. Okay, so there's a path right here. Takes me down here. What's Elden Ring's FPS? 60, I think. I don't know. I'll check. Oh god. Sorry, did not see you there. 1 second. Alright, back in it. I am not sure, actually. Sorry, I just want to see what that looked like. Alright. Anyways, it's fine. It pisses me off, but it's fine for today. Okay, so there should be a way, I think, yeah, to get even further. I didn't mean to do that. I wasn't trying to jump off! Ah! Oh, thank you so much for the bark, Dark Angel. I hope you're doing well. Ugh. there a way to get down from here safely? I don't think there is. Thank you for the pet. I am apologizing for me being all over the place today. I'm just like, it has been nothing but just chaos for me today, and I'm not coping with it well, I don't think. It really upsets me when things don't go right, too, 'cause I'm like a huge perfectionist. And like, I love streaming. It's something I adore doing, and so I want it to go well. You know, like, I want it to look nice. I want it to feel good. I want it to have as little problems as possible. And I have to admit, it does upset me a little bit that that's not the case right now. Did you take your meds? I did. I did take my meds. I think that's why I'm not, like, having a major freak out about anything. But it doesn't change my disappointment. It still feels good. It's very fun. That's good, at least. Alright. How the fuck do I get up to that ledge? Actually, let's go get my runes real quick. Looks fine for us. Doesn't, though. There's something wrong. I can feel it. But I'll just have to trust y'all on this. Yeah, I gotta get to that cave. Oh, I don't have Torrent. I don't think I can ride Torrent down here anyways, but... yeah, I didn't think so. I'm glad it looks okay for y'all. It still feels like there's something wrong. How the fuck do I get up there? Can I survive that fall? I don't think I can. I mean, I guess we can try it. Worst comes to worst, it just means I just have to run back down here again. Elden Ring. Thank you so much for the hydrate. Yep, see, it's lagging. Hold on. I'm gonna attempt something. I don't know how well it's gonna work, but... yeah, I don't really feel like that helped either. I'm like testing all kinds of things with the hopes that something will work. And I feel like I'm just making everything worse. Alright, let's see. sent you a thing. Okay. Oh, you fell from all the way up there. Yeah, that'd kill you. How am I doing at the moment? I'm doing all right. I'm making it work. It's been a long day. All right. One second. Ugh. I'm trying to find, Gore's trying to help me fix this. Which I really do appreciate, but I'm just like, ugh. NDI. Gore's trying to help me fix this. I think both of those are off. Yeah. Turn off Kobe. Not that I need it. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. Let me fix something. Hold on. Oh! Okay. Let's see. Maybe that should help? I don't know if it will. Fixed it! Yay! Ah! Okay, I think I fixed it. I think we're back, gang. Alright, I fixed it. Cool. Thank you, Gore. You're the best. Love you. That'll do for now. Currently fighting Redaniel. I have no idea who Redaniel is. Please do not spoil anything for me. I have not made it that far. I'm going into this game completely blind. Okay, I'm gonna attempt this, but oh, there's a cave there. I want into that cave. How do I get into that cave? It was in the instructions you sent me. I just turned off the G-force fissure thing. How the fuck do you get down safely? I want in that cave. How do I get in that cave safely? Do I have to target lock this fucking bird? How do I get in? Can I slide down the wall? Because if you go down from there, you can't get up. But I want in that cave. Hold on. VTube Studio triggered a high CPU usage alert. What the fuck just happened? I can't see myself. Oh my god! Not only is that a big bitch, VTube Studio is... Whoa! What the fuck just happened to me? Oh, my eyes are doing the fucking thing again. Fucking course they are. All right, you're getting banked. 60, please. God damn. The fuck just happened? Okay. Sorry, my model decided it wanted to be fucking tweaking. What is happening? What the fuck? What? What? Why is my model doing this now? What is happening? Wait. So if I have to do match app FPS, and then we go here, and it matches... Oh my god. What is the frame rate in this fucking game? Hold on. Hold on. What is going on? What the fuck is happening? I swear, only VTubers have to deal with this fucking shit. What? Everything worked fine yesterday. I swear to God, it's because of this fucking new monitor. Ah! Oh my god. Okay, so it should be at 60 FPS is what it automatically sets to, according to... I don't understand. I don't understand! This'll work for now. I fucking guess. Can I have my fucking runes back? Oh, right, they're not there because I exited out of the game. What the fuck ever. Ah, this fucking game! Alright. We're gonna watch a guide real quick.
In this video, I'm gonna show you how...
I'm gonna mute it. And we're gonna watch it ×2. I think I'm just probably gonna go get my fucking sword, if you want me to be so real with you. The sword that I wanted the first time around. Alright, I'm gonna watch this guy do this fucking speedrun real quick. I'm trying to do something specific that I just want to try, so we're gonna see how that goes for me. Okay, where the fuck is this man going? He's dealing with laser guys. Laser guys. Oh, laser guys. I'll be here all day if I have to deal with the laser guys again. Why are there so many of them? Alright, and he goes up. Runs past all that. Kills that dude. Goes up. Okay, so it was literally right where I already was. Oh no, I have to kill this guy? Okay, so to get where I want to be, to do the thing that I want to do, I have to kill the guy I've been bashing my head against for hours. Unfortunately. So, I guess we're just gonna keep head bashing. Cause I gotta do this to get where I want to be. He's an optional boss, but if I want to do what I want to do... Horse goo man, yeah, this big bitch. Yes, indeed, horse goo man, the big bitch. So... Dam daddy doo, dam dam dee doo dee dow. Yep, see, there's lag. Fuck this guy. Fuck his horse. Fuck his mama. Fuck his daddy. Fuck his brother. Fuck the bitches that he came with. My Mimic's getting his ass beat. Fuck me. Are you able to equip the beast claws with the Sacred Order Ash of War? Maybe. I don't know if they have Ash of War on them. Or the, I don't know if they have Sacred Order as their Ash of War. Let me see. Yeah, I do not care for him either. I've been doing this for a while. Ugh. How do you see... Skill is Savage Claws. You can change their Ash of War. Rested at Grace, go to the Ash of War tab and pick Beast Claws. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Where? You may have to do it at the blacksmith? Okay. That's fine. I wanted to come back here anyways, so. I wanted to ask the Fingers lady about, these. Oh, interesting.
Now go forth.
Have you not picked up the thing that lets you change your Ash of Wars? If not, you'll have to go to the round table hold. Yeah, I guess I haven't. I've never changed my Ash of War though, so.
Well, I took you for dinner matter. Lay out your own.
Is it sacred? Sacred Order. I mean, I can always switch it back, can I not? Yeah, I'm gonna say, Sacred's better for this boss, and then I'll switch it back when I'm done. You know? Also, these aren't the beast claws I'm planning on keeping. I want the better ones from the giant room bears, so... Just have to come back to the hold. That's fine. I'm not worried about that. I don't mind having to go back and forth. I'm just mad at this fucking son of a bitch. This guy sucks. No, I'm still kind of lagging. Whatever, man. Oh. Oh, I'm fucking encumbered. I should have double-checked that before I jumped in here. Hold on, I forgot. I forgot to make sure I wasn't gonna be encumbered. This armor's heavier, and I always forget about that. My bad. Yeah, I do need to drop my blood fang for now. Also... Oh, I see how that works. Okay. Got it. It should affect my mimic. Glowing fists, yeah, for sure. Alright, got it. Ugh. I need them to do more damage, though. I think that's the problem. I'm not doing nearly enough damage. Okay. We're gonna try something. Instead of holy. Maybe. But we're gonna try something. I might. I might have some great weapons. Sorry. Sometimes I forget it if I read what I'm reading mentally out loud. Y'all will know who I'm reading. Let's see.
Well,
Does Bloodhound
I took
Fang
you for
not have a
to lay out
holy?
your arms.
Or is it just stuck with what it's got? Hmm. Let's see. My strength is 46, my dex is 45. Hold on. I want to see something real quick. What about a sacred katana? I don't think I have any. I might, though. I just want to test something real quick. I'm not going to fight him. I'm just going to see. It is pretty. I don't know.
Don't fuck with me! I found God and anime on my side!
Wait,
Hi, Multiverse Complex. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Gore, can I get a shout out, please? Thank you. How was your stream? I see y'all were playing Remnant 2. Was it any fun? I've never played.
I took you no matter it. Lay out your arms then.
Oh, right. I need fucking runes. I always forget. Did I use them all? I did! Alright, I'll eat you then. Oh, that actually gave me less than I thought it would.
No matter.
Bullshit. So fucking stupid. Alright. You can do this with any non-unique sword? Okay, cool. Should I just go get my star blade? I'll try this just because I think it's a little funny. Remnant's a hard game. Think Dark Souls with guns. Oh my god. So a nightmare? Alright, we're gonna try something. We're gonna try something. Yeah, I know I can't infuse it. I just want the katana. Ugh. I do not like this rapier. Rapiers move weirdly. I don't like them. I don't like the way they move. It's bad. I just wanted to attempt that. That seemed fun. But, yeah, just discovered not a rapier fan. Rapier. Alright. Why did I level it? Just to try it. I don't know. I was just being goofy. I gotta see... Try a greatsword? No. I'm gonna go get my Starblade. I wanna see how much I like it. I might just need to come back to this, honestly. If I have to come back to this, it's not gonna be the end of the world, you know? So, hold on. I'm gonna look for that map that you sent me the other day about where it was at. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's up there? Huh. Well, that's not where I thought it'd be at all. Do you want to get the better beast claws? Possibly. We're hugging the wall, gang. I also probably just need to level up and stuff, because this is that's technically like a secret area, so I don't really need to be there right now. I think I'm actually kind of under-leveled to be there right now. If you want me to be completely honest with you. Oh, so I was going the right way when I came over this way earlier. I just doubted myself. Does this just loop back around where I was? And I just never noticed? No, this is somewhere else. Oh, wait. I went the wrong way. I'm kind of just exploring. And then also, I need to go kill that big girl right there. So... So we need to come kill this big guy right here. There we go. Alright, new sword. Sorry, I wasn't expecting my fucking, I wasn't expecting my mimic to just freak the fuck out like that. What is this game? Oh, it's Elden Ring. We're playing the new DLC. Sorry, I wasn't expecting my mimic to lose its fucking mind like that. Anyways, we got a nice, new sword. Let's try it out. Ah, so it's similar to Rivers of Blood. But it requires 21 intelligence. I do not have that. Shit, so I can't even use it. Well, damn. Did all that for a sword I can't even use. My character's too dumb. I'm too stupid. I'm too stupid. I don't have enough smarts in my head to use this fucking sword. Spirit sword. I feel like there should be an item. What the fuck? What is that? What was that? I see.
Don't fuck with me!
Oh god, an enemy on my side! Hi, Solus! So great to see you! How are you? Thank you so much for the raid! I hope you had a great stream! I hope Elden Ring treated you nicely. You know, which it's not doing for me currently. Oh my god. I got the sword I wanted, but at what fucking cost, man? I'm too stupid to use it, apparently. It did treat you nicely for the most part? Oh, that's good at least. My copy of Elden Ring has not been nearly so kind. I think we might have to backtrack, gang. I think we got ahead of ourselves. Yeah, I think we got a little bit too far ahead of ourselves, gang. I think maybe. Mayhaps we went the wrong way. If I'm gonna be really honest with you, I think we missed some stuff. Like, what's all this up here? Alright, we're backtracking. We're gonna backtrack for a little bit and then we're gonna come back. Because, I think I got a little bit in over my head. Wait. This is the direction I wanted to go. Okay. Alright. Or maybe it's not? No, it is. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to go around this cave, I think. Oh, there's up. You can get down from there? Fascinating. Can I get in? Oh wait, I've been in here. Sorry, gang. Where am I trying to go? I want to explore what's up here. I just don't really know how to do that. That sword compensating for something? Yeah, I was born without a penis. Fucking bullshit. Maybe I'll go up that way instead. Yeah, let's try that. Hi, Celestial. How are you? Alright, I think... Yeah, this way's the way I want to go. We're just gonna explore a little, I think. I think exploring is a great way to find things that you didn't even know you needed. You know? Oh, thank you so much for the posture check. I actually just fixed my posture not long before you redeemed that. But I will double check it for you now. Alright, so we're gonna ride through here. Steal all their items though and damage all their things. And then I think we're just gonna take the Riverlands up. You're saying a penis gets in the way? I wish that that was all I had in my life getting in my way. Ah! Bark! Sorry, I don't know why the bark scared me. Old codger, old codger. Yeah, there's quite a bit of them here. Oh, little guys. Fucking hate these. Oh. I see. Asshole. Asshole. Alright, we got Fog Rift Catacombs. Oh, is there just straight up... Great, there's just straight up nowhere I can... Not a grace in here or nothing. Oh, there's the grace. Okay. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me right now. Alright, we're gonna... What? In the fuck am I looking at? Oh, it's the little golem guys, but like they're different? They're flowers? Maybe? Ah! Thank you so much for the bar! Oh, they're like all on the walls and shit? Oh. Oh, I see. Don't fuck with me! I'm the power of God! Enemy on my side!
Wait,
Hi, Callie! How are you? How was your stream? How have you been? Long time no talk. There we go. That's what I wanted. Welcome, Raiders. Hi. For those of you who don't know me, my name is a tragedy, but everybody just calls me Peach. I am a cyberpunk dog VTuber. I've been streaming for a good handful of years now. Me and Callie have known each other for a good handful of years now. Sassy Princess Pie, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Oh, God. Don't. Don't! I said don't! It upsets me. I went into the game expecting scares, ended up in tears. Oh no, that's the worst. Oh. Was the game good otherwise, though? I lucked out on the fact that I've been surviving, but it's getting better. How are you? I'm, doing alright. We just got back from vacation. Don't. I hate that shit. We just got back from vacation, and I was so excited to play Elden Ring all day today, only for my mother-in-law's cat to knock over and break one of my monitors. And so we had to go buy a new monitor. Oh! Which made me absolutely wish I were dead. Oh. I don't think that goes all the way to the ceiling, huh? It was good, I just got hit with the feels. Yeah, I understand that. Thinking about giving Elden Ring a try, but I'm so bad at games. I am too, man. I rely on these notes from strangers to help me out. Because I am that bad. See, what the f— Don't do it again. Thank you. It was alright. It was an alright vacation. I can't really complain. There's not. It's not. You're a liar. See, I know. But it was alright. But yeah, no, I had to get a new— Where'd he go? Oh. I had to get a new monitor because my cat— not my cat, the cat broke mine. And then— oh. And now we got a new or high quality model, and now or monitor, and now it's fucking up my model. It's a whole thing. Oh, it's over there. Jesus fucking Christ. So that's the way I came from. Oh, this is gonna make me fucking sick. No. Absolutely not, Merlin the Wizard. Bro, these guys are making me fucking nauseous with the bridges and everything. Oh. You have absolutely got to be shitting me right now. You have got to be shitting me. Come on. Come on, dickheads. Ugh. Pain in my ass. Oh my god. Sorry, didn't realize there were two of them. I assumed. I ran in there and I was like, man, I guarantee you there's gonna be more than one. But still, it jump scared me. Alright. I don't know how I did that. Pure luck, I guess. Ugh. I forgot about him. I went the wrong way. I forgot about that guy and I went the wrong way. I meant to go this way. Come on. Jesus. Alright. What we're gonna do... Okay. What the fuck is the point of getting up here then? Is there just no point in it? Fucking guess not. Oh, Jesus. And I don't have enough to level up. Yeah, just fucking take me out, man. To waste my time, indeed. I want to get here. Is there no boss here? I'm sure there is. I just don't know where to find it. Oh. Rune Bear. Hey, real question. God, why did there have to be rune bears in hell? Because I am in hell, right? Wait, is that it? Does this path literally just lead to a dungeon and that's it? Nothing else? Oh my god, this path literally just leads to this dungeon and nothing else. Oh. I broke the game. How the fuck do I get over here then? I mean, there probably is a boss here. I just don't know where. There is a path there? I feel like I'm being lied to. I don't feel like there's a path here. I feel like this place sucks. I've heard that a lot of people's biggest complaints about the DLC is the fact that, like, it's impossible to find your way anywhere without, like, a walkthrough, and I'm like, I get that. Also, I'm trying to eat this burrito I got from Taco Bell, but I told Gord to ask him not to put chipotle sauce on it, but I don't think he heard me. And so it's, like, covered in fucking chipotle sauce, and it's so gross. They like drenched this bitch in chipotle sauce. I hate it so much. I wish I could just run these guys over. I think it'd be really funny if I could. There's got to be a way to get over there without dying. Hmm. There are so many places on this map, and I don't know how to get to half of them. I've just discovered. Because you come up here and there's pretty much nothing. Except for these gross fucking things. Have I gone into the castle at the Castle Front Grace? I think so? I could be wrong, but that sounds familiar. There are the steps. Ow. Ow. Bro, what the fuck? Trying to use my map and I'm getting jumped. I think I have gone into that castle. But I'm not sure. I mean, fuck it. Might as well go try, right? Oh. The fuck is that thing? It's just a giant? I guess so. Is it just him here? Oh. Oh, fuck me. Whatever, man. Oh. That's fine. How far will bro chase you? Pretty damn far. Is the answer. Huh. Pretty damn far. Sure does seem to be the answer here. That's an angry ass troll. Oh, milady, that's the new, that's the new, light greatsword. Pretty. I'll have to try it out. Be in its own section. Somewhere. There it is. Guy's still coming after my dumbass. It's very feminine. Beautiful blade. Doesn't weigh much either, I don't think. The fuck is this? Fascinating. I have all these swords that I've never, like, touched because I just don't play those that way. Anyways, that big bitch gone. he go back to his spot? Because goddamn does that man be chasing. And for what? Oh. I didn't see you two there. And y'all didn't see me either, somehow. I see, I think. See, usually when they put a body right there, it gets me jumped. Okay, so there's a knight. Good to know. Oh god. Oh, these guys suck. These are the worst. Be wary of explosion. You'll be able to beat Edred now? I don't want to beat Edred now. I'm gonna be so real with you. I do not have any impulse to want to beat Edred right now. Sickly, but I want to drop by and drop a lurk. Oh, thank you. Why are you sick? What happened? Why is it always dog? Be wary of left. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I thought that was another fucking dog coming to get me. I was about to panic. There's a Grace up here. I abandoned here the flesh of my body. I'm recovering from a middle and swimmer's ear infection. Oh, my little brother has that right now. It's the fucking worst. Lita? Kind Mikola seeks the tower sealed by shadow and the gate of divinity found there. If we are to reach him, we must burn the tree that seals the path. After that, we require a flame. Yeah, Mesmer. Alright. Thank you for the hydrate. You take care of yourself, okay? Hit my endurance. Hi, dog ant. It goes. It do be going. Okay, is that guy dead for good, though? Oh, what the fuck is that? What have I just gotten myself into? Could this be a giant butthole? Yeah, I fucking guess. Ugh. Why is it always dog? Yeah, that's a good question. Where am I? First off, right, then left. Yes, indeed. Detour ahead. First off, right. Excuse me. Starlight cards. Seek life. Well, this guy's up here. Oh, he's chilled out a little bit though. So that's good at least. And then, and here we go down, I guess? Makes me nervous. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Let's just go back up to where I was. I hated that. Oh no. Oh, that was a bad time. My first swim yesterday for like 15 minutes and my arms were just sad. That was a crime. Yeah. Welcome to the joys. Oh fuck, he is back. Alright, so dog hole really is my best bet. I hate to be the one to say it. But dog hole seems to be my best bet. It do break my heart. But it is what it is. And I cannot deny. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna say fuck this guy. Tunnel ahead. What in the hell? I feel as though I've missed it. Oh man, died with his little feeties up. You don't know I'm in here, right? Okay. How the fuck do I get in? He just goes down there. Lever. Therefore, seek hidden path. Hmm. Where'd he go? Oh, he just stands guard down there? Yay, that's great. Hmm. Item up there. I don't think this is gonna be it. Hold on, I'm gonna go back to that game. I feel like I missed something. Let's see. There was a sword up here. Was there anything else? No. And that's the other side of the tower. Oh, I see. I hate this, but I see it. What fort is this? It's a castle. It's, Castle Enos. Castle Venus. Alright, and there's a little cave back here. Where does this go? That goes right there. Which just leads me right back up here. There's a pathway I am missing somewhere. Actually. No, that's back where I came from. Unless perhaps there is. Alright. I gotta find this fucking hidden lever. Supposedly. I am gonna add on my, Oh no, I think it's the area that I'm in because there's a constant wind whipping noise in this area. Yeah, I think it's like the ocean or just the wind, but yeah, no, it's a constant. So supposedly there's a lever. Lever required ahead, therefore seek hidden path. Okay. I went this way. Unless I'm stupid. Weary of dog. Yep, you go down. There are dogs. Why is it always dog? Why always dog? Alright, first off, right, then left. Yeah. Jumping required ahead. Oh, is that an entrance? I just never noticed. On that rooftop. Be weary of edge. No jumping ahead. Yeah, because that just takes you back to him. No jumping. So you just fall. How did that kill me when I've done that like 17 times? That's fucking stupid. Sorry. I've done that so many times and it hasn't killed me a single time, but then it kills me that time? Some is fucking rough. Alright. Whatever. What the fuck is happening? Why? Why does it kill me sometimes, but it doesn't kill me other times? I'm so confused. Y'all watched me make that jump twice without dying. Why is he coming back up? No, no, no. Playo. Oh. No, y'all are good. Y'all can deal with that on your own. The fuck? That dog will chase you hella far. Oh, and he... I really don't understand why that kills you some of the time, but not all of the time. You know what I mean? Oh, what is he still doing all the way up here? Gang, I think I broke him. I think I broke him. Seek up. Okay, so I do need to go up. Why did the camera do that? Dog. Time for dog. Shortcut ahead. Would this be a ladder? Yes. To both of those questions. What the fuck is going on in here? Alright, I figured it out. I was just, I genuinely didn't think this game was gonna let me hop up a waterfall, if you want me to be completely honest with you. But now I see that it will, and I'm just a fool. Ow! You dick nozzle. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, this game. Oh, this game. It's so funny. You know that? This game is so... Oh, I'm on the other side now. Very nice. Oh, I can open the gate. Oh, I can open the gate! Oh, this game indeed. Hi, gang. Don't shoot me with a crossbow at point-blank range. Who the fuck do you think you are? Ow! Y'all are gonna do that to me too? Dickheads, the lot of you. If you're gonna do that to me, I'm gonna take out your ankles. Those are the rules. Only nice boys get to keep their ankles. I'm everybody's mother. I'm searching for my wife. Only good boys get to keep their ankles. Those are the rules. Those are my rules. Oh. You know, I was just about to see what happened to that guy, but I think I see. Dog. The reason I am wasting my flasks constantly is because I do not trust this game enough to not immediately two-shot me. See, I don't know what's shooting things at me. That's what's shooting things at me. That's dealable. I can deal with that. Oh! Oh, you fucking cunt. Whatever. Oh no. Stop! 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 Okay. Oh my god. Sorry, I didn't mean to panic. Oh, Marika, I beg, embrace your child and give us a sign. How long must this holy war stretch on? Yeah, embrace your child indeed. Relina's cameo. Oh my god, this is Relina's castle, isn't it? Is this why y'all sent me here? Enhances attacks executed after maintaining the same stance for a while. Gore, look, it's a new moonlight sword for you. Moon Thrill was the twin Moon Knight's chamberlain. She was also a friend of the trolls who served the royal family and proudly wielded their weapons as she fought arm in arm with her gargantuan comrades. Creates an enormous arch of magic glint blades which automatically attack nearby foes. Follow that up with a strong attack to chain the skill into a lunging thrust. Ah, it's another moon sword. Yeah, so it's Moonrithel is the name of the woman that I just murdered in cold blood. And she was the chamberlain for the twin Moon Knight. They said, "How much longer must this holy war continue?" And the queen said, "Forever!" Oh, hi. Jesus, you guys are like, this is exactly like Renala's area, except these guys just summon giant swords and try and take you out with them. Oh, read message. Liar. Fire. That's it? That's all that's in here, some fire? Oh, it's just these guys again. Whatever. Their attacks don't hit that hard at the grand scheme of things. You want to hit me? You're gonna have to come down here. You're really not gonna shoot at me? Oh, you quite literally cannot. Suck my dick and balls. What the fuck? Oh. Nice use of your shield. It's not gonna save you. Asshole.
Haha, dummy. Haha, dummy. Haha, dummies. Haha, dummies. Haha. Haha, dummy.
You fucker! Just throw fire directly at my face? Asshole. Alright, well we got some somber smithing stones. It's because they know that there's a boss up here and that once you beat her, you're gonna want to level up her sword. Oh wait, I just realized I'm probably not gonna be able to use her swords because of my layout. Shut up! Off the ledge with you, dickbag. Gummies. Oh, gummies are delicious. Ooh, chest. Imbued sword key. Nice. Oh, great. It's another one of these guys. Oh, God. Anyways, I'm gonna kick you in the head. You're the fucking worst. The classic gamer call. I know that's why I fought Renala, and don't call me a goobit. I'm not a goobit. His shield is a whole ass door. Yeah, it really is. Such a pain in the ass is what it is. God, I am covered in blood. Grace ahead. Oh, good fortune? I mean, yeah, grace ahead. I don't like being called a goobert. Fuck your table. I don't want to be a goobert. Goobet. I don't want to be a goobet. All right. Oh, I'm so close. Oh wait, wait. Oh, I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? I'm gonna do this and then I'm not gonna have enough still to level up. Oh no, wait. And then this woman's gonna take them all from me. Oh no. This woman's gonna eat me. She's gonna eat my ass. Yeah, I don't have enough. Alright, we're just gonna let this woman eat my ass then. Ooh. There should be someone that I can summon here. Why is there not? Hold on. 1 second. I'm gonna go talk to some people. Before I do this. Because there should be somebody I can summon. Hey, where'd old man go?
My kind Michela's light is gone, but I stand tall. Together, we work. Together, for Michela the Kind.
What do you mean his light is gone?
I don't know what to do. Our mother abandoned her brood.
Right.
She did not love us.
Oh, yeah.
We are her children. What should we do? Must we be sad forever?
You don't have to be. You have to put it behind you.
Maybe.
Yeah, there's a summon here. I've
kindly
seen it.
Michela's love. Love for all the unloved.
I think so.
Love to banish the pain.
I think so, bud.
Goodbye.
Actually.
Yes, the unloved. Every single one of us can banish our pain forever.
Hell yeah, you can, buddy. Just real quick, I would like to... I would like to sell unto you. I don't even know, man. Never mind.
Goodbye.
Bye. Where'd the other dude go that was here? Where'd he fuck off to? Where did the people go that were here? What the fuck? Where did everybody go? One second. Hold, please. I'm trying to figure out where the fuck everyone went. Oh, Lita's all the way up here. What the hell, Lita? Oh! You're here too.
Intriguing. Do you presume us allies even now? Though Michela's spell is newly broken.
Who broke
I must
Michela's spell?
profess, the spell mattered little. Uphold his covenant, Michela shall, and in godhood redeem our rueful clan. Then Marika and vilest Erdtree both
Huh.
will at last
So,
be from divinity
the-
wrenched.
the-
And surely, I,
The spell broke.
contented, I will be.
The spell that
first,
he cast on everybody
Here resounds the call
that
of
made them all
vengeance.
love him
The
was
Impaler,
broken.
Mesmer must pay his due.
Oh, he shows up to
In
help me with
vengeance for
Mesmer,
the
I think.
flames, my blade I wield.
Will you help me with
How could
Mesmer?
I allow myself to forget?
Please?
Revenge alone assures me peace of mind. Think not to hinder lest
I won't.
you'd.
I won't.
Think lest you'd.
Okay, that's a conversation. Hey, Lita? Some shit's happening, gang.
Oh, hello. Did you feel it? Michela the Kind's enchantment appears to have broken. But while my devotion to kindly Michela remains unchanged, by my troth I am not so sure about the others.
That's
No,
fair.
wait. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise.
Right.
I can wield my sword to cull the undeserving.
Why are we having this
those
conversation?
unfit
Because you
to
don't know
bask
whether or
in
not I
tender
still
Michela's presence.
back Mikola or
I
not.
should have thought of this earlier.
Right. Uh-huh.
Right. It's time to begin ferreting out
Right.
those of us who don't deserve to be at kindly Michela's side.
Oh, no. Yeah.
The horn scent. On one hand, he trusts Mikula the Kind to bring salvation to his people. With the enchantment lifted, his vengeful passions may once again ignite. But surely he'd be mindful of kindly Mikula's promise.
I probably
On
shouldn't have
the other
done this.
hand, the Hornsent does present his own dangers.
I probably just got him killed.
Perhaps your concerns are well-founded after all. Allow me some time to mull it over.
I may have just gotten...
Allow me
I may have just gotten him killed. Wait. Buddy, I need you. We gotta go deal with Mesmer right the fuck now. We gotta go deal with Mesmer right the fuck now. Because I think I may have just gotten that man killed before he could help me. Are you still trying to read?
I'm afraid truly.
Poor thing. Oh, wait, no. Okay. Oh, shit. Well, shit. Oh, gods. Who is the summon for this? I can't recall. I thought for sure it was Lita. Freya? I don't think it's Freya. Who's in here? I think it's Lita. Where the hell is he? Hold on one second. Sorry, it says Hornsent's in here. Oh, it's the lady over there. Right. Right. It's this lady.
Born dead beast from Hyrule,
Yeah.
we beg of thee to dance and cavorte.
Alright, let me go talk to Lita again, I guess. Because I think to get Lita's help, it is like a whole quest line. Oh, he's not here anymore. Where'd he go, Leeds?
Ah, there you are. It took me long enough, I know. But I've made my decision. I believe it wisest to eliminate the Hornsent. If he were to point his blade at Sir Mesmer or Queen Marika, perhaps it would not matter, but vengeance changes a man. And one day, kindly Mikula, even if he discard his lineage, will... I believe the Hornsent, he never placed his full trust in me. He must have recognized something, the stench of...
Okay.
I will follow the Hornsent. To have his revenge on Sir Mesmer, there is only one place he will go. The Black Keep.
Okay.
I will follow the Hornsent. To have his revenge... The Black Keep.
I may have just completely fucked my chances. Oh man, I may have just completely fucked my chances and getting this man's help. Oh no. Okay, so Freya's still there. Lita's still there. would be nice to have Lita's help, but I might be able to do it without her. Or maybe I'm just fucking talking out my ass. You know?
I will follow Harvey's revenge the Black.
Alright. Well. I guess I gotta do what I gotta do. Alright. Well. I guess we're gonna attempt this without the summon. Alright. Jumper! What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Yes! Bitch! Yeah! Oh, bitch! Whatever! Oh yeah, her design's sick as hell. I adore her design. Fucking first try, baby! Oh my god. What the fuck ever? I was so worried. You missed her special attack? Which one? I watched my brother fight her a good 100 times. He was on her for 3 hours and still hadn't beat her before we had to go home from vacation. Gore, please clip that and send that to your brother. So he can know that he's pussy. Apparently using the summon expands her health pool. Oh. Wow. Oh yeah, I've seen the double moon attack. That attack's fucking crazy. God, why is it so dusty? Hey, add whoever decided to put their message on top of the cross. I want you dead. Here, I abandon my heart.
I will follow the Harvey's revenge the Black.
Alright, well. That's been done. Yeah, I've seen the double moon attack. I was trying to kill her before she could do that to me. So, I swear to you, there was a reason. Oh, fuck it. Should we just go straight for Mesmer? I don't think we're strong enough still. But at this point, I don't see why we shouldn't just go straight for him, you know? I know I'm going...
My lord,
Oh.
will I ever make sense of this jumble?
Oh, it's her talking. I don't... Oh. Is that another Grace over there? Maybe so. So, should I go back here and hit the lever? Yeah, I'm going to check out the boss equipment. I'm just kind of looking around. Okay, so this is the storehouse. Just out of curiosity. Okay, good. Good to know. I still don't do enough damage to these guys. Good to know. I was just curious how much damage I could do to them. The answer is not enough. It's fine though. These guys go downstairs, so... They kind of just patrol. God, my armor is so loud. Is there a lever? There is a lever. I just don't remember where it's at. There's an item over there. Oh! Oh! Ah! Well, this is not ideal. 1 second. We're gonna go back up. Bunny just ate. Oh, thank God. I love that for her. Okay. Hold on. Why is he coming up? What the fuck? Okay. Fucking freak. What'd she eat? See? This just pisses me the fuck off. Whatever. Do we have any more of that core? By the way? Leftovers from last night? He just... Okay. There he goes. Sorry, I didn't realize I'd trick him. Could you make me some? Would you mind? If you had free time? I can't eat the rest of this burrito. It's too fucking spicy. Alright, he's going downstairs. Thank you, Gore. Let's see. Ugh. Oh, I guess that's the floor I need to be on if I want to jump down. I would like to get up higher. Yes, I do have the grace right in front of this room. Phrase the rump. I just am trying to remember where the fuck that lever was. Find the gap. I wonder if it pisses this guy over here off to just see me running around up here.
By my lord.
I wonder if he's just like, fuck
Will I
this.
ever make sense of this jumble?
Yeah, see, this just leads up here, which I already was. Maybe I'm just stupid? That's a healing spell, by the way. Yeah, because if I knew where the lever was, I could lower this.
By my lord. Will I ever make sense of this jumble?
Yeah, 'cause there's a grace up there, and I'm trying to figure out how to get to that. So I need to move the lever down, is what I need to do. But I cannot recall where the fucking lever is in here. Or I don't know where this brings me back. Ow! Jesus fucking Christ! Ugh, scared the fucking shit out of me! Oh, it just brought me back here? Ugh. Where the fuck is the lever in this bitch? Oh, it's right there. I'm stupid as fucking rocks. I just can't see it because somebody put their fucking message over it. I'm gonna kill you. Wait, can you not trigger the lever a second time to bring it back down? Or is the fucking stupid ass message just in the way? God damn it. Okay. We're gonna go back to the first floor. I'm trying to get up higher. There's another grace up there that I want to get. Don't ask me why. I don't have an answer for you. But there is. Yes, I saw the food. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Oh my fucking god, there's an elevator here. For how long was there an elevator? Why is it taking me down? The fuck? None of the fuck is happening. Alright, down we go, I fucking guess. That's gonna get me jumped. Yep. Whoop. Okay, sorry. I think I do know. I'm just kind of exploring a little more, but you are welcome to tell me if you would like. I'm also eating dinner because, it's 6:30. See, I heard your dumb little footsteps. Oh. I am getting the vibe that it's a bad time down there. Yep. Don't grab people without their permission. It's fucking weird. Oh my god, that was an actual secret wall. That's crazy. An actual hidden wall in this fucking game? Amazing. Hey. Why do they run at you so fast? I don't like it. I don't want to hug them. Oh, America, what have they done? America, my dear, what have they done to you and your peoples? Iris Grace. America, what the fuck happened here? Oh. I'm in a pot. I don't think I want to be in a pot, considering... Oh my god. What happened? I feel like I'm in a Resident Evil game. Why is everyone so bloody and gross? Can we please be something other than bloody and gross? Are there children in these pots? Am I murdering kids? I have so many questions. It's fucking gross down here. You fucker. No grabbing. Why weren't you in there with all the other gross bitches? The fuck? Oh, it's just levels. Okay. Is it just stairs on both sides? Imagine if Alexander turned into that. So I think the implication is a little different for the pots in base game versus the pots in DLC. So out of what I can tell, the pots in DLC are the women, or just the I think the women from America's shaman village that were captured and turned into these pots. Versus in base game, the lore that's given for them it's about like the people who put themselves into pots to protect themselves from the snakes or something like that. So I don't think Alexander was ever at risk at becoming one of these. Out of what I can tell, at least. Oh, tiny door? Oh, really? I have to go in through the tiny door? That's some bullshit, but okay. You insist, I guess. A dragon's gonna swoop down on me, isn't it? I feel like I should be prepared just in case. Bats, ooh baby. I missed that item. Where we're going back for, gang. Alright. What the fuck is knocking fire on me? And can whatever the fuck it is stop? Ow! Oh, it's you! You fucking bitch. God damn mages and their stupid mage shit. Stop! That's a crime! Fucking stop! Oh, is it not fucking you? Oh my god, who is it? Who? Hey, you look like my character before I killed her off to make her better. Why are we going this way? Well, now I don't have a choice because now that's where all my runes are. So... and I need those. Because I have a shit ton of runes. I have almost enough to level up again, so... Oh! I did not realize how close she was! I'm so sorry, ma'am! I didn't recognize your game! Holy shit! Fuck, we're almost there. Oh. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm mostly just trying to gain experience. And if I can find more of those Scod roots, I'm going to. But I wanted to level up once before doing Mesmer. I don't think it'll save me, but... And... Rune Bears. Afraid of Mesmer eating my ass? He's ate my ass like 5 times. I'm not sure if the environmental guys drop what I need. But I think so. Oh. That's the only way to get in here? You have to teleport back out? Fascinating. What did I just pick up? Causes a spiritual explosion. Now I'm over in the area that I was trying to get to earlier. I see. Like the big fire guys with the dragons? Maybe? I think the fire guys do. But I've heard rumor that they don't drop much in ways of, I've heard rumor that the fire guys don't drop much in terms of runes. Oh. Hi. That's almost enough. Is there one more of you down here, or? Oh shit, there's a lot of you down here. Oh. you are. Hi! Yeah, so these guys are kind of a pain in the ass, it seems like, when they're all together, but when they're by themselves, it's not too bad. Alright, there's also this fucking thing. Precious item, then dead end. Ah. Well. Let's kill this thing, shall we? Come on, you. Yeah, why does this game have so many ugly-ass hippos? That's a good question. Hey! Thank God. I actually really needed one of those. I think I can level up again? That should be 2. Wow. Once again, Elden Ring's out here making my favorite areas of all time. Like, how do you beat this? This is gorgeous. I don't quite understand the obsession with the ugly-ass hippos. But I'll be the first to admit that these areas are absolutely stunning. Okay, what the fuck's going on in here? Oh. Hi, gang. What? I love your horse's gay-ass hop. Yeah. That little double jump. Come on out. Come on. We're just gonna treat this like we did last time. Oh, no precious item ahead? Oh, well, if you say so. I'll take the extra runes. I think that was gore. It was probably gore. Hey, gang. Oh. These things are like goblins. I don't really know. They're gross, though. I don't like looking at them any longer than I have to. If you want me to be really honest with you. But no, you're damn right. It is a gay-ass little double hop. You're absolutely correct. Torrentless ride, baby. Oh, something just died. Alright. It kind of looks like me, the horse? Or the trolls? Because one of those answers I refuse to agree with. Okay, real quick. Ugh. I'm also eating dinner. So. If I get really quiet, it's because I'm munching. By God, these green beans have so much butter on them.
I took you for it no matter it. Lay out your arm.
Fucking delicious. POV, me hunched over playing Stardew, same. Which, by the way, we will be getting back into Stardew. Yes. Yes! I don't think it'll do me any good.
Now go for.
Yo. The fuck is this? I see. Oh, I need... Oh, no. Alright. Can I not get her helm now? Okay, cool. I still can.
Now go forth.
Cool. So I have her weapons, but I can't use them because I have not scaled for magic at all. Which is fine, I fucking guess. What the fuck was going on the 4th floor? I don't even remember. Oh. He's gotta level up all the stats. Yeah. I'll probably start working on that here soon then. Because I like to try it. Mesmer time? Yeah, almost. Let me kill this man up here because I hate him. And now that I'm strong enough, I want to get payback for the way he treated me. Where are you? Come on, bud. You're not gonna come down? Ah! I think they're both at 4. Fuck you. Fucking hate that dude. Yeah, I think it's like 8 or 4, whatever base is. Sorry, I just really fucking hate that guy. I didn't mean to knock him off the edge, but hey. If he wants to fall off the edge, I ain't gonna complain. Hey, gang. Okay, so what the fuck was going on down here? Besides my gang of 3? See, last time, because I was so underleveled, I ran through all of this, and I feel like I missed a lot. Like, this place is meant to be a maze, and I feel like I missed a lot of it. Because I bum rushed through. Okay, so I could go down there and grab that item. Which I think that item is probably pretty good, considering the fact that, it's all the way down there and I had to drop it down. But I'll wait until somebody else tells me, because I don't really want to backtrack that hard. You know? Yeah, 'cause look at this. There's all this shit down here that I completely missed because I was running for my fucking life last time. Oh, another bad. See? All this cool stuff that I missed. Time for revenge. Fuck these. Isn't that bad? The fuck? No, there's not. Liar. I feel like last time I was here, I was running away from everything so much that I, like, missed a bunch. There's a guy in there. That's where my grace is, up there. Let's go back the other way. If you turn and look at me, oops. I'm just gonna assume that's because you want me dead. Oh. Hey, dude. Yeah, Renala and Relina are sisters. The age gap between them, I'm not quite sure of. But I am extremely certain that they are sisters. But what's strange is that Relina's items and all of her gear and stuff tell you that, speaking of, tell you that, what the fuck? Her gear and all of that tell you essentially that she, for lack of better words, is in love with Mesmer and threw away everything, her life and everything, where she was from, to come fight for him. Which I find extremely interesting. Because, as far as I'm aware, the only way you can get here
By my lord.
is by dying.
Ever make sense of this jumble?
Oh my god. I didn't realize he had healers in here. Dicks. But yeah, so her gear and stuff implies that she ran away from her life to come serve Mesmer. And I'm personally not quite sure how she did that. So, I don't know. It's a little confusing to me. That's Gideon's. Oh, it's because I only got this part. Yeah. Weapon of Relina, 2 swords as a single armament. Here and here alone were moon and fire ever together. Well, Mesmer was born here. Marika gave birth to him here before she left. Before she made a deal with the Greater Will and left. And that's why Mesmer's in such a bad state. Because his mom, who he heard this whole war for, up and left him as soon as it was over. To go become a god. Okay. Maybe through the same gate Marika went through? Maybe. Okay. You've got to be fucking kidding me. You've got to be fucking kidding me. No! We had his ass. All right. I need y'all to know right now, right here and now, I'm never doing that good again. Hey, Mimic, can you get him off the fucking... Summon Stone? Thanks. Okay. Woo! Hi, Jay! Okay, we got it. 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 No, 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 no! Oh my god. Oh my god. You son of a bitch.
A curse upon me.
On your mom?
A curse of Mesmer. My clan's suffering. Their pain.
Oh
All
my
that they
god.
felt. Do you understand now? Your ugliness.
Are you okay?
Ah!
Sir? Are we good? Oh my fucking god. Sorry, I was not expecting that man to scream. That was not first try, that was second try. Though I did technically get him first try. I just died right before he did. So, I'm a little mad about it. I'm a little mad. Okay, real quick. Intelligence and faith? Okay. I'm stupid. I love that I got here just in time for the win. I only just tried to do him again. So you made it here in perfect timing.
Don't fuck with me! I got the power of God and anime on my side!
Wait,
Why?
Hi, Nico! How are you? Hi! Hi, Raiders! Hi! How was your stream? Gore, can Nico get a shout out, please? Oh, I do love that statue of Marika holding him, though. Get raided! What were y'all drawing? Hi, Ringy! Y'all missed it. I literally just beat Mesmer. I jumped his ass. I literally jumped this man. Also,
We meet again, I see, comrade in arms.
I don't know about that because I may have just gotten you killed.
Did you see Mesmer's face?
Yeah, he was praying to his mom.
Sublime. A very tangle of snakes. To think he dared call us savages. When he himself was most base of all.
I'm sorry, I'm eating dinner too. So. Because I've been streaming for 3.5 hours, I need to eat. I drew an Eldritch Witch and me in my wizard hat. Oh, nice. You have to show it to me.
To say the least, or the death of Mesmer. Now comes the piper to collect from Marika. Her
Also,
offspring,
they do know that she has more children.
and all the Earth Tree's denizens in vengeance for the flames. If Mikola's redemption soothes the ache
Yeah.
that throbs within, then I wish
Oh.
that to be by him redeemed.
Oh, okay.
If Mikola's
So I made the right call in getting you killed. Hi, Marika, holding your little baby. Is he coming out of a swaddle or is he coming out of a snake egg? I have a lot of questions. Actually, Marika. Time for a hole. Y'all need to stop. Let there be champion! Indeed. This is such a cool stadium, though. I did it! Oh my fucking god, dude. I did it. I beat the DLC. He's the last boss in the DLC as far as I'm concerned. Man, so his... You have to fight him and kill him to move forward, but like, there's nothing in here? You just leave? Out the same door you came in? Oh yeah, I guess they want me going west. Alright, let me go talk to Lita real quick and then I'll go west. Because that's where it wants me to go next. I was just like, what the fuck? Alright. You want him dead?
Oh, there you. I've made up. The Horn Scent is no longer a mortal danger.
The fuck does that mean?
With his grudge against Sir Messmer settled, his blade is bent by madness.
Yeah.
Wherever he goes, he won't last long.
Oh.
I needn't bother with him.
All right, Lita.
Unruly emotions only lead to misfortune.
All right, Lita.
All the more reason we need someone like Mikula the Kind.
I love Mikola, but girly, I think you're sucking his dick a little too hard. Can you breathe with
I know
how
I
far down
shouldn't
your
let
throat
myself.
his dick is? Oh. Oh,
There's plenty left to be done. And I will see to it.
sorry.
Who else? I don't enjoy cast, but it's a small sacrifice and who else? I don't
Alright,
enjoy
well.
it's a small sacrifice and
Time to go to the West. I beat the Elden Ring. I found the one ring. I win. I need to grab the map, so I'm probably just gonna run around in here and grab that map. And I'm just like gently eating dinner the whole time. All right. Yippee! I'm not even gonna lie. I adore this area. I love anything like green and like grassy, but some of my favorite things on this earth are things that we built, that humans built. Buildings and all of that we built with our own hands, but become overgrown by nature. Shit like that overjoys me. I don't know why. Like, this is perfect. This is my perfect aesthetic. To the dumb people! Be weary of strong foe. Wary? Weary? I wouldn't call that guy strong. He just throws shit at you, and it's unfortunate. Oh. Hmm. Yep. I'm just like, let me squeeze on in there. All right. Oh. Excuse me, gang. Try horse. Are those scorpion riders? Oh. They sure are. Yeah, let me suck my gut in and slide in there real quick if you don't mind. Ow! You son of a bitch. Throwing pots ain't nice, you know. What? Be weary of bugs. What the fuck is going on in here? Like, I hate to be the one to admit it, but this place kinda sucks. What the hell? Oh, actually, this is quite lovely. What? It's less lovely when you're being followed by a scorpion. I'm gonna have to be real honest with you. And there's giants this way. Man, I just want to enjoy the scenery. I feel like I'm not being allowed to enjoy the scenery. You are now a watered Nico. Oh, thank you so much for watering me. What did you get for beating Mesmer? His remembrance. I haven't gone back to the market yet to see what I can get for that, but should I go down? It's so pretty right here, though. I also feel like I just came. Let me hydrate for you. Thank you for the redeem. I think I can. I think I have the scroll that I need for that. But I'm gonna be so honest with you. I think that is where the final boss is. Oh. This just brings me back here. I'm sorry, did you just jump off that cliff after me? Alright, I wanna go back up. Yeah, I think that will take me to the final boss, and I don't want to do that. Yet. Okay. We're gonna try this again. This time we're gonna mix it up a little, I think. Alright, so you go through the doors. You say fuck it to that thing. You say fuck it to that thing. And you keep it fucking moving. Okay. So here's the fun part, gang. Oh, there's another fucking door here. See, I didn't see that. Ah. Oh. What in good God's hell is this? Oh, sorry, didn't mean to wake y'all. Don't mind me. I just wanted that talisman. Sorry to bother you. My bad, ladies. You think I would get used to these fucking bugs, but somehow the answer is no. Oh, there's something up there. I see. I feel like that thing's about to fuck me up. See? That's exactly what I meant. Another message from Lita. I abandoned here the flesh of my body. That's, imagery. Okay. Let's see. Found the sealing tree just ahead, but if we're to burn it, we need the proper kindling, that of Sir Mesmer. Dane passed on a message. The sealing tree is in the ancient ruins of Rua. It lies beyond the high bridge, leading from the first floor of the storehouse. I will join you there once I finish the task at hand. Talisman. The Duke with thrown on the human body. It improves backsteps, but increases damage taken at all times. Oh. Why would I want that? Spider scorpion is what that is. Interesting. What is that? Okay. Remembrance of Mesmer the Impaler. The power of its namesake can be unlocked with a finger reader. A malevolent snake writhed within Mesmer, and so his very mother plucked out his eye and put in its place a seal of grace. Yet, having done so, her fear compelled her to secret away her child within the realm of shadow, hidden away, keeping company with the original sin and a hatred that would not be confined. She left him here! She brought him and left him because she was scared. Marika, what the fuck? You know, this whole game wouldn't exist if Marika was just a better mom. Like, what the fuck, Marika? If Marika was just a better mother. This whole game would not exist. Oh my god. This game should just be called Bad Parenting. The Simulation. Oh, that's for the martial arts. Weapons. Marika the deadbeat. No, see the problem is she wasn't enough of a deadbeat because she was around just enough to cause so much trauma to her children. I think honestly, if Marika had been more of a deadbeat, I think everybody would have turned out so much better for it. Oh! I'm sorry. What the fuck was that? Timothy? God damn it, Tim. Tim! Oh my god. Oh my god. Tim! Timbuktu! Leave it be, old man! Timmy boy! Are you being so fucking for real right now? Bro, what the fuck is your damage? Oh my god. Yeah, if Marika had just gotten a bunch of abortions, I think it would have been better. Because she obviously didn't fucking want these kids to begin with. Jesus. Jesus fuck, my guy. Baby mama drama. And poor Radagon, he can't even get away from the baby mama drama. Try as he might. Oh, it was a sleepover here. Well, don't let me wake you. I'll be able to get there later, I think. America is that woman who goes and has 10 kids but still wants a sugar daddy and live off food stamps. Pretty much. So you're telling me these dickheads just lay down in water in their free time? I'm not trying to beat his ass, Gore. He stresses me out. Oh, right. Right, so I have to trigger one of these first. Bro, please be so fucking for real right now. Move! Piece of shit! Fucking asshole. Wow. What the fuck? What's going on in there? What the hell? Why are we playing Slinky with fireballs? Whose fucking idea was this? Wait, hold on. Go back. I think I missed something. I don't know why. I just have a weird gut feeling that I missed something. Run it back, gang. Oh. See? I knew it. My gut is never wrong. Hey, you. Ah, big boy's up there. Oh, I fucking hate these things. See? I hate these things, and now they're red? This is the worst. Or I think Merlin would like to go outside. Yeah, I really was like, wait, hold on. Yeah, they fucked me like hell. Maybe I shouldn't have gone that way. Don't throw pots. It's mean. Alright. Alright, I'm going upstairs. Leave me be. Corin is such a good fucking horse. Love this little man. I'm putting Bunny down for a nap. At 7:30 p.m.? Damn, at this point, just let her stay awake. Ah. Oh no. Gang. This is actually a nightmare. Oh, it was her decision. All right. Hey guys, don't mind me. What's even the point of going all the way over here except for these two? Oh shit. Elden Ring! Not quite, gang, but I get your point. Ah. Chest. What the fuck is that? Talisman of all crucibles grants the effect of all crucible talismans. What? Reduces damage taken from critical hits and headshots, also improves the effectiveness of rolling and backstepping, but also increases the damage taken at all times. What? Oh, good heavens, would you look at the time? Time for me to get my ass wrecked. It means what it says, Gore. No. Wait, right now? Yiggy! Yiggs! I'm just trying to fucking play Elden Ring. Right now? Aww. Ah. Ah. Fine. Fine, let me pull up the wheel. There it is. Alright. Alright. There's the wheel. Elden friend. Friendly ring. I don't want to do this. But I will, I guess. I feel like a fucking bitch. Dun, da, 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 dun, da, da, da. No. 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 No! I can't do this! I can't do this! I can't! I don't even think her DMs are open! Are they? They are! No! Okay, I'll do it. I won't get a response! I need premium? Okay. Alright, well, you need premium, so I gotta reroll. I'm safe. You've gotta be fucking shitting me. You've gotta be fucking shitting me. I better need premium for her, too. I better. Oh, her DMs aren't even open. Damn. No, of course I didn't check. Alright, spinning again. I made this like 5 minutes before stream started. Chili's it is, baby! Alright, Chili's. Alright, Chili's. Alright, asking for the sponsorship. There we go. Put on the hat! Alright, hold on. Hold on! I'm putting on the hat! Hold on. Hold on. Horns are coming off. Hat's going on. 1 second. Alright, horns are coming off. Hat's coming on. Alright, hat. Yeah, I am mutuals with Zentreya, and I have DM'd her in the past, so, Alright, hold on. What we're gonna do is we're gonna... Alright. The horns are fake? Yeah, they're from my old model. Alright, there you go. Alright, there we go. Hold on, I'm gonna send Chili's proof of my love. 1 moment. There we go. I have sent Chili's proof of my love. Chili's is now being removed off the list. Alright. Alright, there we go. Success. The Chili's horns are on! My pussy is wet! I was a little nervous, but it ain't time to fret. The fuck am I hearing above me? Look, Yiggy, I was going for the rhyme. I was just going for the rhyme. All right, up I go. Time for the Chili sponsorship. I will be the official Chili's VTuber. VTuber. The official Chili's VTuber. Iron Mouse was a wildland, and if you want to be honest, I think I will still reach out to her. You know what? That was a wildland. And I think it's only fair that I do reach out to them, but I will have to do so publicly, so... Just buy premium? I don't want to. Hold on, I'm gonna make a tweet. I got a new keyboard, I'm learning how to use it. Hold on. Premium is like $5 a month or some stupid shit like that. I don't know. Alright, hold up. Alright, public tweet. Sent. And then I'll do one for Matara tomorrow. How about that? Come on, Chili's, give me that sponsorship. I would love that. That'd be great. All right, back in. Oh God, I made a tweet. If you all could now go like that tweet, not so it'll be noticed, but just so that I feel good about making it and less nervous about the fact that I just publicly added a public figure, I'd appreciate it. Because look, I'm not the kind of person to idolize. You know, like that ain't me. However, I do actually really look up to Iron Mouse as a person with chronic illness. I do look up to her a lot. And so it does make me a little nervous that I have just publicly tweeted at her. I hope I'm not being a bother. Again. I know, I'm veering off the wonton path. Wonton. Wanton. Mama needs those baby back ribs. Mama needs. Oh! Oh no! What Mama needs It's not baby back ribs. It is Cajun chicken pasta. Iron Moose? That's not gonna save me. Iron Moose. But the ribs, I'm gonna be so honest with y'all, I have never had their ribs. Hey, I'm just a little curious. Do you have anything else up there with you that I might like? Okay, I didn't think you did. I just wanted to double check. And the queso burger. They don't make the queso burger anymore. Do you think I could convince them to make the queso burger again? Just for me. Oh! Jesus fucking criminy! Dude! Oh my god, the amount of my blood. Oh. Just run. Just fucking run. Oh my god, I'm terrified. Hi, lads. I hope y'all are having a good one. I'm not. Oh, I'm so fucked. I don't know where to go from here. Oh, I do know where to go from here. Oh, I hate to do that. There's two of these fucking things! Why? Oh my god! Oh my god! Yeah, look, ballasts! My mimic's fucking dead. Somebody help me! Help! Help! Help me! Ow! Ah! Yes, Gore. I know that that other status condition is instant death. That's why I was running. Where am I? Oh, okay, I know where I am. Alright, we're definitely gonna want to use the horse for this one, gang. Oh, fuck me! Alright. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bitch, what the fuck? I whooped the original guy's ass. This guy sucks. This guy's the fucking pits, man. Oh god. No, release me. Woo! What do I get for that? Oh, sick. Okay, cool. I'll take it. Who the fuck is that map? No grace. It wasn't a boss, it was an optional. I do not know where the fucking map is over here. Like, it's down there. How many runes did I get? It was okay. It was an okay amount. I think it was like 5,000. It could have been better. Yeah. Map is all the way over there. Somehow. I don't know how. I mean, I got enough runes to level up again, so. I'm just gonna go back that way. I guess so. Oh, it might be up. I find it funny that it sleeps face down. Oh, right. I haven't found and unlocked this one yet. Oh my god! Can you chill the fuck out? Oh, this fucking dude. Whatever, I'm leaving those runes. So much fucking fire damage. This place sucks. Alright, bet. Oh shit. What the fuck? Alright, I know which way it wants me to go, but I really don't want to go that way. Oh, this is the worst. Okay. Oh! Please be so fucking for real right now. Horn scent? Dickweed! Hornsent, you piece of shit. Torrent is a good boy. Torrent deserves all the love and affection. Yeah, easy, whatever. Man, she wasn't kidding though when she said he was just gonna find his own destruction, huh? What's he jumping me for? Oh, did he find out about the whole I'm the Elden Lord thing? Oh, there's a boss here. Why? Why is there a boss here? Well, so I found a grace there. Lost my runes back there. I don't know who this is. I'm gonna be really honest with you. Eat your food, buddy. Alright. Solidified caterpillars. Ew. A ritual implement of the greater potenance of Bonnie Village, used to warn off thoughts of impurity, doubt, temptation, and other wickedness. Braided cord. Must never come undone. Fascinating. The Revenger's Blade. Curved sword. Okay, hold on one second. Merlin, you want out? Sorry, gang. I had to let my dog out. But he's out! He didn't want to be back here with me no more. He's tired of my ass. Ugh, alright. Well, I guess we'll see who this is. 'Cause I actually have no idea. Grass ahead. Likely suffering. Fucking I hope not, but it probably will be. Alright, well, let's see. What the fuck is that? Hi! What the fuck are you? Oh. You have my pink flowers! You're who I get that from! Did that not say grass? Why does the music keep stopping? Oh, there it goes. I don't want to be in that. Who comes up with this stuff? Oh my god. I don't know. Get up! Heal, you bitch! Oh god! Why does she have a stinger? Oh my god, okay. Butterfly, scorpion, centipede lady thing. I don't think she's a centipede rider. I think she is the centipede. Grass ahead. Oh, I sure hope it does. I mean, that's what it said, I think. Hold on. Yeah, grass ahead, and then high road. Alright, so what we gonna do is just to make sure our attacks hit. We're gonna cheese it a little bit. We're gonna use one of these. Why are you jumping me? Why is she jumping me? Oh god. She's kind of a pain in the ass to hit. Her hitbox is kind of ass. Why does the music keep cutting out? Oh, Mimic. Oh. I see the problem. Ah. Scarlet Throat. Ah. Oh. It's just a random person. Oh, I don't usually do that, but... Sir? This is an NPC? Dryleaf Dane is an NPC? I guess so. Because he's moving weird. You can get one of the hand-to-hand weapons from him? Oh, good to know. Damn! I'm stuck up against this wall. So do my best to keep Mr. Dane alive. Is what I'm hearing. Out, 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 out. No, Dane! What is this Melania-ass bullshit? What the fuck is this Melania-ass, bug-ass, bitch bullshit? Is this just something all the rot ladies know how to do? Why are they all doing butterfly shit? Gore, you always think I need to be more aggressive. But also, you get too close to her and she fucks up your whole shit. She does so much damage. Alright, come on, Dane. my god, you do not want to get trapped in a corner with this woman. I'm gonna die. See, that's why I'm not being more aggressive. Because when I get aggressive, I get up close and personal, and she wrecks my fucking shit. And probably like Melania, she's probably not weak to anything. I feel like most of the rot people aren't weak to anything. Pisses me off. This boss should not be as hard as it is. Could this be a dog? No, gang. I assure you, it's not a dog. How the fuck does she reach across the whole fucking map? That's so fucking frustrating. I hate these rot bitches. Oh my god! Saint the Bud. Oh, fuck me. I lost my helper man, though. Mr. Dane. I need 14. We're so close. And I need 14 faith. Remembrance of Romina, saint of the bud, hewn into the scud tree. Power of its namesake. After the church was burned to the ground, Romina discovered a twisted divine element, which she weaved into the baleful scarlet rot. Perhaps then the buds might find somewhere to gain purchase once more within the scorched remains. Oh. So you brought about the rot to try and grow flowers again? Sicko. Yeah, rip Dane, but, you know, whatever. I'm sure Dane being alive isn't the only way you can get hand-to-hand combat. You know what I mean? Hello? Alright, well I guess we're burning this tree. Burn the tree! Burn the tree! Man, we need to stop burning trees all the time. Wait! Can we take the fire back and use it to burn the tree instead of Melina? That would be kind of sick if we could. I don't think the game would let us, but I think it'd be kind of sick if it could. Sorry, Iggy, you gotta go. You gotta go, babes. Wow. Look at that. I was hoping the DLC would give extra endings for base game. Yeah, I kind of was too. I heard there's multiple endings for the DLC itself, but I don't know about how true that is. Nice. Where am I going? Where did I go? What the fuck? Put me back, please. Yeah, so long indeed. What the fuck? I guess I'm over here now. Which is cool, I suppose. There's still a bunch of places I haven't explored yet. Inner Eve. Try Edge. Lighthouse. What are we talking about, gang? Thank you for the hydrate, guys! Is this area for the final boss? I have no idea, dude. Oh! Lord have fucking mercy! Please stop. What the fuck is this? Sir? Why did I just get jumped by a hawk, man? The fuck was that? I just got here. I just fucking got here. No, 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 no. Look at him! He tears ass down those steps. Come here, come get me. Come here. Haha, dummy. Haha, dummy. You can't stop me from touching this grace. Ooh, what happens if I sit on it? Oh. Oh, how unfortunate. There's an elevator? Don't see why I shouldn't. Oh, it takes you down. Down was not the direction I was expecting this to go. Oh. I see. Oh. Oh, this is the entryway from the back of the Dancing Lions. Good to know. Cool. Nice. Fantastic. It sure is. Is that Mesmer? Or is that America? Mesmer, I think. No, it might be Mesmer and America. Oh. This is quite nice. I feel like it's not going to be nice for very long. Yeah, I was correct. Oh! No! Can you send me to find the other beast claws? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we can do that. Alright, what the fuck is that? Huh? What in the massive Queen Mother Mary am I looking at right now? Ma'am. You like a worshiper here? Or... like, what's going on? Ow! Run! No thanks. Thank you, but no thanks. For real? What the fuck is going on in this DLC? Please, please, God! Oh my God! This DLC scares the fuck out of me. I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore. Yeah, I don't think I want to be in here. I still never found the map for this. Hold on, let me go try one more direction in here, and then we can do the beast claws. Sorry, they scared me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scream. I just got a little spooked, is all. There's just nothing up here? Alright. Damn it. Yeah, we are getting jumped by this game, because what the fuck? Who the fuck said that this was okay? Oh. 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 I need that item in there. Okay, we're gonna have to kill our way in. I know what's down there and I need it. I'm pretty sure there's another tree fragment there and I need it. So. I know exactly what that is and I want it so bad. So we're just gonna we're gonna have to fight our way in, I think. Or I think if I'm smart about it, I won't die. Never mind. It's not in here. I thought for sure it was gonna be, but guess not. Alright, let's see. What's worse than me? Where the fuck is that? Where the fuck is that? Long bridge. Up on top of this hill somewhere? I have no idea how to get to the top of that bridge, Gore. But I'll try. Hi, you two. That just takes you back further down. Yeah, see, I don't know how to get up this hill. Do I have to kill those guys and climb that? I don't know, that feels stupid. We can try it, but it feels dumb. By the what? Hold on. I have no idea what in the hell we're talking about right now. One second. There's a set of ruins nearby. Not that I've found. You said the Temple Town ruins? 'Cause that's the castle. Abandoned village. Ruin Forge or Starfall Pass. I have yet to find ruins anywhere. I don't think I went to whatever this cross is up here. Let's go check it out. Lita, how you doing, girl?
I'm afraid Sir Ansbach will have to be next. He insists that he's nothing but a worn down over the hill soldier.
I don't know where
In his
Ansbach
day,
is.
He was the feared commander who cleaved open Nicola the Kind with his blood blade. He claims he hasn't the spirit to take up his sword again.
What?
But I doubt it'll be very long before he recalls. As I have, I'm afraid he cannot.
Ma'am?
I've come to I'm quite mistrustful. There's ample evidence. I'm quite mistrustful.
Yeah, Girly said, should I kill this man? And I went, I think that's up to you, girlfriend. And she went, yeah, you make a good point. I'm gonna kill this man. Like, what? Lita? Lita said, I don't know if there's anybody here I can trust. And I said, well, probably not that guy. He's kind of crazy. To which she went, yeah, you make a good point. I'll kill him then. And then she goes, actually, I've changed my mind. I'm not going to kill him because he's going to get himself killed. And I don't need to have anything to do with that. And I went, you know what? That's probably for the best, Queen. And she went, yeah, I thought so too. Oh, God.
Not evade the flame of Mesmer.
Not this berries and cream dickhead again.
How could this be? Forsake me not. Thy grace.
Queen Marika. I mean, I guess everybody here outside of Mesmer still thinks that Marika and Mesmer are like one with each other. And that hasn't been the case for a little while now. Yay! Yay! Oh my god, rune arcs. Yippee! God, why is it so foggy? I can't see shit. Look, y'all, Torrent's a damn good horse. I would also like to know what the fog is happening. I know, I saw you did, Core. I see. I see. I see when you DM me. I'm just being a little explorer girl. For a moment. I feel like all I've done today... Bye, Nick! Thanks for coming by! I just, kind of feel like all I've done today is, kill bosses, which is fun. Don't get me wrong. It is fun. But, I just kind of wanted to explore a little more, because I feel like there's still so much of the map I haven't seen. Oh. Where the fuck? Where does this take me? One second. I'm just curious. Oh. Interesting. I don't know why, but this was not where I expected it to take me. That's the Church of the Crusade. So, Gore, I imagine whatever you... Okay, I'm gonna look at the picture you showed me instead of just saying words. Or else you're gonna want to tell me. Okay, see, that's our first problem, Gore, is that I have no idea where that is or how to get to it. So that's our first problem. First uno problemo. I have no idea how to get to that. Because from up here... Alright, Alright, well I guess we're doing this. What the fuck? I didn't know you could get up here. Oh my god. That was unnecessary. I know they have it set up for you to do fire arrows, but like... Bitch, what the fuck? You know, I really don't know if this is meant to be what I'm turning it into. But, whatever. Precious item ahead. What is it? Before I touch the ground. See, that's exactly why you look before you touch the ground. What the fuck is that? They're pointed up at a wall. Absolutely not. You see that? There ain't even anything down there. Bro just wanted to get me fucking killed. Oh, one of you. What the fuck was that? This guy was like a boss until a little too late, I think. Damn! I did not realize that that guy was like a boss until a little bit too late, I think. Alright. You know what? We are going to... So that encumbers me. Oh, is that just gonna... Oop. How do I pick which arrows I use? I don't think I ever actually learned that. You gonna come back up? Here he comes. Goober. Come on, buddy! Come on up. We're just gonna do it this way, it's faster. Make him chase you. You gotta make him want it. Alright, who's next? Hello! Oh, you're gonna come down too? Thanks! That was a big help, buddy boy. Who the fuck? Ah, okay. There it is. Ah, I see how that works. Very neat. Cool. Come on out, big boy. Alright, there we go. What do you mean just cheese it? I wanted the shield. Anyways, you don't need to cheese it. When you know what you're doing. And I, somehow, kind of, might know what I'm doing. Come with me, big boy. Load up. Yeah, that was pretty easy, honestly. We kind of jumped him. Which wasn't really my intention, but it was funny. So I say let's do it again. Oh, there's no one else to jump? Ooh. Talismans for arrows. Very nice. Work that back down. And another one here. Cool. Now if I can just fucking figure out how to... Mimic. Girl. Oh my fucking god. She's feral. She is absolutely feral. Girl fights. That girl fights till her final moments. Hey, Queen. Take a rest. You're doing alright. Girl's literally blinking out of existence. Still trying to fight. So here's my problem, right? Supposedly, I have been told that there's a path in here. I cannot find it. Because supposedly there's a way to get to the area that Gore wants me to get to. To fight this fucking bear. But the only way I end up is right here. Which, by the way, I never beat this either. At least I don't think I did. Because it's still I didn't fight a boss. So I'm really unsure. House of worship in the church district? $30,000. 30,000. That should be enough. So I'm unsure. Really. Oh, that wasn't enough. Shit. That was almost enough. Okay. That should be enough. Yes. Okay. Fuck! I need to kill it one more time. Okay, come here. Come here, 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 come here. I don't have the time for this. Come here. Alright, bet. Fuck! Alright, one more time. Come here! Your little hops. 2, 3. Sorry, it is so funny smacking them out of the air and the way they just lay down. It's like they're embarrassed by how bad it hurt. I'm very confused about this map. Wait. Hold on. I just realized something. Give me 1 second. I need to test this theory. I need to see if I'm correct. I'm still streaming, I am. I've already done this dungeon, but I'm coming back because I feel like I missed something. There was no boss in this dungeon. Like, I did beat a strong enemy, but I didn't beat a boss. So I feel like I missed something. I did miss something. I didn't come down here. Oh, I have to run the whole length of this room, huh? Where the fuck does that take me? Hold on. Let me go see where these steps take me first. I didn't check under the lift. I did look under the lift, but I can't do anything down there, so... Or at least as far as I could see, I would just fall to my death, so... What the fuck? Time for revenge. On who? Liar. Oh! Hey, bitch! That's That's who it's time for revenge on. Alright. Peachy sense is on point. No, Peach just has anxiety. And realize that this is a direction she hasn't gone yet. Alright. Yep, this is a whole elevator I never found the last time I was in here. Don't I feel a little stupid? Alright, there's one there. Come on, bud. Come on. You know you want to. See, I knew you could be fast. Oh, who killed your buddy? Not that buddy. I know who killed that one. That was me. Alright, there's a Merlin motherfucker down this hallway. I should probably kill him. Yeah, that didn't do shit. I knew it wasn't going to, but like, come on now. It's so weird that they use the same dungeon layout, but like slightly different. Oh. Oh! Oh! They ricochet. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh! Oh, what the fuck? Oh boy. I didn't mean to fall. Now I'm down here with the slimes. Stairs. This isn't what I wanted at all. They just keep going. Oh boy. Excuse me. Sorry for being in your way. Anyways, I gotta go back up the stairs. I didn't think I'd fall in that fucking hole. I feel dumb. Thank you for the pets. Where am I? Where the fuck? Oh, I'm fucking back here? Alright. Watch out! The never-ending volley of fucking bullets. Please, for the love of God! Switch it up a bit! This dungeon sucks so bad. Stop. Fuck your spell, Merlin ass son of a bitch. Why is it always shit? Yeah, I want to know too. Look carefully ahead. Oh my fucking god. Of fucking course it is. Blink bolt. Oh, this is multiple. Oh. This dungeon sucks? Yeah, you fucking said it, man. Anything else? Alright. I don't think so. I think we're good. Get me the fuck on out of here. See? Somebody tell this nasty fire-breathing motherfucker that I do not want to play with his ass today. That's gonna kill me. There's no way that ball won't kill me. Oh. I see. Oh my god! Oh my god. Ugh. This is fucking ridiculous. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's absolutely fucking nothing. Pull that back down just in case. Are you so fucking for real? I have to do a boss now after all of that? Stupid as fuck. Is that fucking Godfrey? That's Godric back there. No! 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 You piece of shit! This dungeon sucks! This dungeon sucks! Godric, do something! Oh no! Oh no! Turn back! Turn back! Swallow it. Ugh. 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 Oh, wait, that medallion's actually really nice. Wait. Oh god, it's so heavy. That should fix it. Oh. Oh my god. Bro. What the hell are you doing down here? Why are you here? This is a god. Yeah, this is one of America's kids. Lip. What are you doing down here, dude? Oh my god. What is that? One of America's children was murdered in his bed by a person using a death blade. The blade killed his spirit, but not his body, and his body became this. You can actually find him in base Elden Ring, in the sewers. It's actually really tragic. But he was arguably her favorite child before he was murdered. What talisman did I just get? It ups my health fully. It's the Scarlet Talisman I was already using, but up 3. Oh, sorry, I'm popping on my arms and on my fingers. Here, I'll show you. It's this one. Oops. It's this one. Yeah, rip Godwin. You were well loved. I'm gonna put on chapstick real quick because I'm biting the fuck out of my lips. God damn. Biggin's health. Yeah, I appreciate that, honestly. I still don't know how to get where you want me to go, though, Gore. I feel like I've just been wasting my time running around trying to figure it out. Because I genuinely cannot figure out how to get to the place that you want me to get to. I've been playing for 5.5 hours, or for almost 6 hours. And I feel like I've done a lot. I've killed a lot of bosses. But I cannot find where that item that you want me to find. I might go back before I finish tonight and see if I can finally beat Big Skelly Horseman. Or if he's gonna keep being a big skelly horse ass. Really? He didn't give me enough? I'll just send you the weapon link? Okay. Yeah, it's fine. I need an intervention. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Templetown Ruins. Okay, so Templetown Ruins can be reached by going forward from the path at the Ancient Ruins base, Side of Grace. You can go northeast of the Morth Ruins, Side of Grace, to the closest water body. Morth Ruins, Side of Grace? Do I have that? I've got the Ruined Forge. I've got the Ruined Forge. I don't even have the Morth Ruins. Side of Grace. Okay, so that's the Morth Highway. Let's go to the Morth Highway real quick and go backwards and see if we can find the Morth Ruins Side of Grace, because I don't even have that. Right. You want to go that way? Maybe. You think I can beat the skeleton horse guy now? I don't. I still think he'd kick my ass. So what we want to do is we're going to go this way, and we're going to try and find the Morth Ruins. while avoiding dragonfire as much as possible. Oh. You're not interested in me, are you? Okay, so I now see that there's a thing here. There it is. I hadn't even seen those ruins before. Whoa. Hold on. I know where that is, so I'm not gonna go too far from it. But I think there's a site of grace over here that I just completely missed. Yeah, here are the Morth ruins. I just completely missed all of this stuff over here. What the fuck? Somehow I missed a whole area. Whoa. This is kind of sick, kind of terrifying. Again, kind of cool, kind of terrifying. I didn't even know, like, there was shit down here. What the fuck? Huh. Where does that bring you up at? I wonder. I'm climbing. I'm a sexy woman wearing a full suit of armor. You can't catch me now. Oh my god. This is it. Chat. This is Marika's home village. Y'all aren't gonna believe me, but I'm being dead serious. This is where Marika is from. Or was from. Prior to the potting. Or at least that's the rumor. You know, I didn't think that guy was gonna jump me while I was in the middle of something, but I guess he sure was. Wow! Fascinating. You know, I'm glad that whenever they see me, they stop crying and want to throw hands, because at least this means that these guys have, like, they, like, want to make a difference, you know? Compared to some of these other assholes. Thank you for coming down here for me. All right. As you can see, very unfortunate town. Very unfortunate. We're still shanking the random passerby. To be fair, they're trying to shank me too. So I need to go northeast of the Morth Ruins to the closest water body. Okay, so I need to go back to the Morth Ruins. And then go northeast. And then go northeast. So I need to go here and then go northeast. That way. Or that way. I don't really know. Alright. America, yeah! Hello! 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 I am so sad. I reached out to my model artist for an update on my model. And they were like, oh yes, it will be inked this month. And now the month's almost over and I have not gotten a new update and I cry. Hey, as long as they give you blood or finger echoes or whatever the currency is. Runes, I think? Not ruins, runes. I know it will come. It's getting very close to being done though. I've already seen the sketch. I'm just waiting to see it colored. Who the fuck are you? Hello? Hello? Alright, well, you're in prayer or whatever. Is it because I didn't talk to you before I went and killed all those people? I'm sorry. I'm not. I need to go there, I think. But, like, it's like, I know it will come, but I'm being impatient because I'm excited. Also, this has been a, work in progress for a lot longer than I care to admit. Don't hit me, please. I'll take that, thank you. Hi, I don't think this is where I was supposed to come out from either. don't even think I know where I am. Cause like, why are there so many birds? Oh. I got anklets, that's pretty sick. You have anything else around here? Hi. Smithing stone. That's pretty cool, I guess. I too am watching an artist I waitlisted post about a difficult life circumstance. Well, so... Oh. My model artist isn't having, like, a difficult life circumstance. As much as she's just been busy. For those of you who don't know, my model artist is Patella. Patella is made up of quite a few people. I think about 5 or 6 people, but one of those people is Hintai. She is the woman who made, she's made many of Iron Mouse's models. And she's made a model for Snuffy. She's made Melody's model from Project Melody. Oh my god. So because of that, she is very popular with corporate VTubers because they recommend their model artists to each other, which is fine. Fucking non-corporate VTubers do the same. But corporate VTubers have the ability to afford an NDA and a rush fee. That is not something I have the ability to afford, unfortunately. So that means pretty much anytime I work with my model artist, while she is amazing in every way, shape, and form, I am oftentimes left waiting due to just a random NDA corporate work that comes up while I am in the process of waiting for my model. Yeah, it is rather frustrating. It's actually because of this that my model artist has mentioned that she will probably no longer be taking new clients. Oh, thank you. Sorry, Gorgeous brought me a drink. And instead we'll be focusing on making sure all of her current clients have everything that they want in their models, and we'll be working on purely NDA work, and then from there she wants to like take breaks and like do some that's NDA related, and then do some that's like she'll do a period of time for like 3 months where it's only NDA corporate work, and then she'll do another where it's and then she'll do another where it's like something else. And kind of just keep going back and forth. Which I support. You know, like taking time to do new models for new clients, and then taking time to do only corporate models with NDAs and all that, and then, you know, taking time to do updates for her current model children. So. Oh. Oh my god, roll out of it. What the fuck? Alright. Yeah, nothing personal, kid, but fuck you. Yay! Yippee! I don't want to be naked. I don't want to be naked, but I could be if you wanted me to. I don't want to be naked, but if you ask real politely, I'd think of you. I don't want to be naked, but I might if you say it nicely. I don't want to be naked in this game or in real life. I got bear claws. I'm heavy. I don't have any more. Hold on. It was just a man, Gore. It was just a man. It's okay. You didn't miss that much. Turned out to not be a giant bear like I thought. So there is a giant bear somewhere out here that I could fight. But that wasn't him. I don't know where he is, honestly. Let's go talk to him real quick. What is, it wasn't a giant bear? Boo! Tomatoes, tomatoes, tomatoes!
I've come to realize I'm quite
Alright. Well... I wanna go see if I can beat this fucking dude. Before I end stream. These are cool. I'm not gonna use them right now, though. Because I still ain't beat this goddamn man. I am losing my marble. Wait. How many of these? How many? I got 4 of these. How many do I need? Whoa! Wait a minute. Hold on. I gotta check Twitter real quick. 1 second. What the fuck? Sorry. I got scared for a second. It's nothing, though. I got scared for nothing. Okay, cool. Woo! We're at 10, baby! We are at twice the amount that we were at last time we did this. So, let's go X Games mode, gang. No nothing. Just me, my mimic, and this motherfucker. I need to find Saint Trina! My wife! I should have leveled up. Uh-oh. I had enough runes to level up. Oh, I'm so fucked. Oh my god, I've gotten a little too good at that. Oh, hella damage. Ow. Oh god. Back up! Mimic! Be careful, queen! I don't got this. I don't got this. My mimic's about to go. I'm running out of flasks. Get aggressive! Shut your whore mouth, maybe! Fucking horse! I need those fucking runes. Give them back. Give them back. I worked so hard for those. Give them back. All right, we're not ending stream until I beat him. I've just decided. I need to see Saint Trina today. She is all I've wanted all day was to see her. All day. I've wanted to see Saint Trina. I'm going to see Saint Trina. You cannot stop me. I will kill you in the name of Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. I'm gonna turn Christian. I will convert to Christianity if I beat this fucker right now. I shouldn't say that. I really don't want to convert to Christianity, but I will! Think about it! Hey, dickhead! Stop trying to cut me off! I'm trying to get my runes. bitch. Oh, shit. Leave me alone! Why is he so fucking movie? Oh my god. No! This fucking horse! No, 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 no! Alright. 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 Mimic. Mimic, I'm gonna need you to do me a solid. Oh, what do you mean one more time? We're gonna keep going until I win. I got my runes last time, yes. I'm gonna keep going until I win. I refuse to let this fucker make a fool out of me for 3 days in a row. I refuse. It's not gonna happen. Ah! I hope you fucking die. I pray to Ares, the god of war, that he grant me victory in this upcoming battle. Oh, this fucker's on my runes. Run! What the fuck? 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 Get my rounds! Oh. I'm trying to be aggressive, but he's also very aggressive. Don't die, Mimic! You piece of shit! What did I spend all that time getting you ready for? Yes! Woo! Oh, I'm lightheaded. Oh, I'm lightheaded. Ares, you can have whatever you want for granting me that win. You send me a dream tonight that shows me the exact layout you want, and I will go get it for you tomorrow. You are the fucking goat, sir. Give me a dream of the two of us sitting at a table and have that table be the exact spread of offerings you want. I will do it for you. Oh. Holy fuck. What the fuck is this thing? The putrescent night. All tainted flesh eventually becomes putrescence, and this clump of it imbibed Saint Trina's nectar, which granted it eternal rest. And so it was that this became her night. Well, Trina, honey, you are well protected, because fuck that thing. That took me what felt like days. Careful, Ares is gonna tell you to rob a bank. That goes against our agreement. Alright. Let's go see my wife. So for those of you who don't know, Miquella and Saint Trina shared a body, just like Marika and Radagon. And when he decided to chase godhood, he took her and separated her from his body. And when he did so, he threw her from the cliffside. She is his love. Don't worry, it's okay. It's alright. It's okay. It is. First off, death. Then time for friendship. But as you can see, she has become a lily. It's rumored so far that she quite literally cannot exist without being a part of Miquella. And so she curled up in a ball, became a lily, and here she is, protecting herself. I need you to know, this woman right here is what I play this game for. I love Miquella. I love Miquella. But Trina is his love. And I adore her. She is every part of Miquella that I love. And the fact that the lily even looks like a wedding veil, like he left his bride behind for godhood, breaks my heart. I quite literally would never shut up about Trina if I could. I love every part of her. Also, for some reason, the way she lays reminds me of my firstborn daughter. I don't know what it is, but maybe it's because she has the same hair texture as I imagine my firstborn would have had. But for whatever reason, she reminds me a lot. Like, the way I feel looking at her is the way I feel when I think about my daughter. And so she is just very special to me. And I personally love the fact that she's down here, where I can just come see her whenever I want. I don't know what it is about it. I think the bloodstains are meant to be over here in front of her, but they didn't want to cover her space with that, so they moved them back there. But I don't know. I just really love Trina. She means a lot to me. A part of her. And I know she had the same curse that Mikola did, where they are cursed to look forever young, but she really does just look like a child curled up in a flower. Can you talk to her? No. You can just take some of her nectar, worship her, and then die for her. That's all you can do. But I don't know. I love her a lot. Let me go get my runes back. She's the whole reason I came down here. Is just to be able to look at her. As weird as that sounds. As weird as that sounds, I just wanted to see her in-game with my own eyes. I had seen photos of her, but I had yet to see her in-game with my own eyes, and I just really wanted to. Keep eating the nectar? 2 more times? I've already done it twice. Oh. She's moving. Wait. I have to do it 4 times or 5 times? I mean, I'll do this all day. I would quite literally die for her. I'm gonna wait till the ad break, though, is over so that everybody can see whatever it is that happens. I don't know, she just seems peaceful. She makes me want to draw. I'm gonna be so honest. She makes me want to learn how to paint just so I can paint her. Because she's that beautiful. You know? Like... She is a baby. She's old. She's as old as Melania is. But... she doesn't look like it because she shares Mikola's curse. Ethereal is a great word for it. Like... I love the fact that the dead lily flowers look like a wedding veil on her hair. Like, it's such a genius design, showing that she was meant to be Mikola's bride, the same way that Marika and Radagon have always been one, but are also like they are one as a couple, but also they are also one in one body. It is like the religious, like the Christian religious idea of marriage making you one with a person, making you whole with a person. And the fact that her dying lily petals make the shape of the wedding veil, showing that she is meant to always be one with the one that she loves the most, which is Mikola, and yet he cast her, literally chucked her down here. His want to be a god and to create a perfect world with no war and no suffering meant that he had to get rid of his love, his heart, which was quite literally Trina. And he threw her down here where she can't survive by herself. And then replaced her with a consort. And I don't know, it just makes me really sad. I would do anything for her. If I could. I don't know, I just love the knowledge that I can always come back here and see her. No.
The poor thing into a god.
Trina. Trina. Trina, no. Oh, Treens. It's even after everything she does to you. Even after everything he did to her. She wants to save him. She knows that becoming a god will change him forever, and he won't be the person that she loves. Becoming a god will ruin him, and she knows it. And I guarantee you he was fighting her. I guarantee you she did not want him to do this, and as he left every single part of himself behind, he was fighting her every step of the way until finally he yanked her out of him and threw her off this fucking cliff. And this right here is the only thing I don't think I will ever forgive Nicola for. I love Nicola. But I love Nicola's kindness, and she is his kindness. She is his love. She is his heart. And this is the one thing I don't think I will ever be able to forgive him for. In the trailer, you can actually watch him throw her off this cliff. This is a part of a quest line? Oh, is it really? I didn't know that. Yeah, in the trailer, you can actually watch him throw her off this cliff. It's really heartbreaking. Ah. Yep. Said to burgeon forth where the nectar-like blood of abandoned Trina pooled. They only grow where Trina's blood is. And she is called Abandoned Trina. It's a part of Tholier's questline. Huh, I might have to look into that then. But she's the last thing I wanted to see today. Oh, her song is so gorgeous, too. Her and Radagon are truly two characters that I adore because of the fact... Garden of Deep Purple. Just because of the fact that they are tied to these people who are so, like, they're so set in their ways. And they refuse to change. And it's honestly so heartbreaking. Does she have any more lines if you drink more nectar? I don't think so. I think 4 is where it stops. I'll have to check out Tholier's questline. I think tomorrow maybe I'll check it out and we'll try it. Good night, Morrison. Thank you for coming. I love this game so much. I love the lore of this game. I don't know, just everything about this game is so much fun for me. So I'm definitely gonna do some more tomorrow, but I think for today, let's go end it next to Trina, actually. I don't want her to feel lonely while I'm gone, so let's go end it next to Trina. I do feel bad that I had to kill her protector, but your girl's got me. Wait? What am I waiting on? Wait? Hold on. Gore's telling me to wait. Why am I waiting? You can drink the nectar one more time? Hmm. Okay. She's very kind. So the nectar is her blood. I am quite literally drinking her blood. Which kills me. I don't know if it works or not either. Oh.
Miquella's prison.
Oh. Baby.
The caged divinity is beyond saving.
Oh. That's so fucking sad. That's so fucking sad, Trains. Alright. I'll look more into her quest line tomorrow. But for tonight, I'm gonna stand next to her. I'll protect her. Ash, fuck it. Yeah, one last drink for the road. A little bit more of your blood, milady. The amount of times I'm willing to die for this woman. Interesting. So you can tell when you get a cutscene versus when you're not gonna get a cutscene.
You must kill Miquella.
Oh, I think it's just the same thing.
Grant him
Oh, no, it's different.
forgiveness.
Should I just keep drinking until she stops saying things to me? Or is she done saying things to me? I don't want to hurt her, though. I know I'm drinking her blood, so I feel a little worried about drinking too much of it. I don't really mind having to walk back. It's not that far of a walk.
You must kill Miquella. Grant him forgiveness.
Okay, I think that's all she has to say for now. Yeah, that sounds like that's all she has to say for now, at least. I still want to stand next to her before I log out. It makes me happy. Somebody's got to tell her about their day. And it's not gonna be fucking Miquella. But anyways, thank you guys for coming. I had such a good time. That was a fucking long-ass stream. We were going for almost 7 hours. I feel great, though. But thank you for coming. I'm gonna raid someone, so don't go anywhere too fast. Let me see. Who is all streaming? Who is all streaming? Ooh, a lot of people are streaming. Let's look for people I'm following today, I think. We can raid Irish Moo again, the person we raided yesterday. Oh, actually, I want to raid Boo. Boo's streaming. I want to raid Boo. I love Boo. Oh, wait, no, Yiggy's also streaming. Should I raid Yiggy or should I raid Boo? You're not? It says you are. Hold on. Let me refresh my Twitch. Let me refresh my Twitch. Hold on. Following. Raids. Okay, now it doesn't. Weird. It said you were. It said you had been streaming for 10 minutes. All right, guess we're raiding Boo then. That was funny. Sorry, didn't mean to startle you. Anyways, thank you guys for coming. I will be back tomorrow, probably. Tomorrow night, most likely, because I've got some chores and groceries and cooking that I have to do tomorrow. But after that, I will be online. We'll be playing some more. Copy that raid message that Gore just put in the chat. Get ready to ship off somewhere fun. I will see you guys tomorrow, okay? Bye. I love you. Bye-bye.